Lazy bin. All right. Let's get comfy. Ugh. Check the mic. Okay. So I didn't stream yesterday, but I did work on the game, the engine. Rivers is kind of there now. Ooh, errors, catastrophic failure, it says. Catastrophic failure. Let's restart Visual Studio. It's a good start. Okay. Ooh, I need to actually get my license for Visual Assist as well. Okay. Let's see where we get up to. So yesterday I managed to complete Rivers. Almost. I mean, I'd like a little, so I'm pressing shift, like a little indication that, like, draw that line white, that we're about to add a point to that line. But I'm not going to work on that yet. What I'm going to try and do is so we've got all these little, like, we've got draw intersection, we've got all these little structures everywhere. Maybe kind of integrate these. So we've got draw into, what have we got? Draw intersection candidate, draw focus content, intersect content. So what I might do is just take, start right at the top. Draw brush instance properties. So we've got draw brush instance properties. All these different types of content data. So we've got this, seem to have paint mode and some kind of class. And then we've got the sprite sheet content painter. So what I might do, make a little notepad. Oops. File. Of all the different types of things that we might want to unify under a single class. So this one. And then we've got Sprite Sheet Content Painter. Now that's a little bit different because that's kind of a that would be a subclass of this. So I'll just put that over here. And then we have Content Editor. Content Painter. I want to see if we can join those together because they've basically got the same template definition. These can actually go away now as well. Tick board panel, rivers mode, that can also go away. Sheet looking for, so we've got draw focus content as well. It's a content brush instance data type. So what I want to do is I want to see if I can replace content brush instance data type, or replace the is content brush with this data type. Got two definitions for draw focus content. Guess that's allowed in C++. I didn't know that. Delete focus content. Drag focus content. Draw intersection candidate. So all these can go under like one class, hopefully. Intersect content. So that's more like similar to those. Get rid of that now. That's temporary comment. Right, so that's it. So let's have a go at trying to replace. This is content brush data with the data type. So is content brush data, content brush type, and we have content brush data, content brush instance data type. Yes, I think which is this. So we can unify this, hopefully. What I mean is, like, if we can put this instead of this and all these, then they could maybe go in the same, all go in the same class. Like, ideally it would be good to just have, instead of all these separate little classes or structs, have one. Just from a memory point of view, from my brain point of view, not a computer memory point of view. So let's have a look first at draw brush instance properties. Or draw brush instance properties. Find the actual here. So what we want to do is we want to turn this actually into the data type, like this. So let's put this here, which means that this becomes normal. This one becomes cloth. This becomes animated rig. This becomes, let's copy that. What was it? Grass.
Ads running soon.
This becomes sound. This becomes framed animation. This becomes tree simulation. Becomes refab. Becomes river. Collider. Trigger. That's it. And then let's just fix all these compiler errors that this generates. Is incompatible with content brush data. Alright, okay. So this needs to be that as well. Okay, so the candidate is It's the enum value. Draw candidate. It's the enum value, I think. And this is e-content normal. Alright, so do we even use the content type? We have reflect type, content type. So we have draw brush instance lighting. That could also get changed now. Let's just check this still works. If this works, we can still can see all the properties for everything in the left panel. Seems good to me. So we'll do lighting next. So let's knock off the list. What did we do? Properties. Draw brush instance properties. Ooh. How do you select multiple columns in Notepad? Okay. Done that one. Lighting. This can be brush type. Or the properties. It's data type actually. Call it data type. And that's it. That's all there is to it. So that's actually enum value. Alright, the next one to tackle then. Probably, well. We'll do intersect content, probably. Here it is. This is data type. This is what I'm going to change it to. So this is a river. Collider. Yeah, we could just actually minimize these for now. Trigger. Normal. Ooh. Doesn't like to stay minimized. Grass. Grass. Sprite window. Got a big to-do there. So we obviously never implemented that. Animated rig. Framed animation. Cloth. Sound. Another sound. Different types of paint mode. Tree simulation. Refab. That's it, I think. Alright, let's see what compiler as that generates. Okay, so we have a forward declaration there as well. Right. So, content brush data types. We need to go through the pairs again. That's the paint mode enum value. Rather than go through the types, we need to go through the pairs. That's pair. And then we want using on a constexper auto data equals pair value enum value. Like that. And this becomes that. So this is brush data enum value. And then we also want the actual type content type is pair type, I think. That goes there. I'll do that. And there. Type. All right. So that is grass. Paint mode enum value is that. That's normal. And is that it? So let's just see if intersect content works now. Seems to be totally fine. Intersect content is the code that runs to determine for intersecting the content, which is working great. Okay. Next one. Is we need to do these two. So we'll do content editor first. That's the more simple one. Okay. So this is brush type. Right. Wow, this is so long. Fortunately, the format is not great for that. Just leave it like that. So this is a different thing. This is river content. Okay. So this is content brush. Because there's no actual data type yet. It's not for an instance. Maybe we could change that though. So say it is got river content data in it. So content painter for sprite sheet tile content. And that has all those types in it. So what does this mean? Let's just go back. So we're saying sprite sheet tile content has a number of things. Sprite sheet data types have all those things in it. still think we can do it. What we have to do is just loop through and check the actual so we've got the actual content browser, and that gives us this, what type of content we're wanting to paint. Because this is going to be a bit more complicated. Okay. So we might have to do content editor and content painter at the same time. Right, so let's just go back and we'll continue with this. So we've got Sprite Sheet Content Painter now. That actually can be merged with just a normal content painter. I believe. Don't want to do too big a step at once. I will stick with content editors. We'll see if we can do content editors before we do content painters. So that's for River. Collider. Well, we'll just see how far we can get. Trigger. Trigger. Okay, so that's all of them. Now it's getting it to actually work. This is just brush data. This is all just brush data. Right then, so there's different types of paint mode, and we have the content type. The content type in it has the content data types in it. I'm wondering if so if we were looking for, say, like, what's the first one? Animated rig content 2. It's just got animated rig content data in it. We can't just put animated rig content data there. And why we need these content brush pairs in the first place. So can't we go through the other pairs in here, whatever they're called? The data ones. Yeah, content brush data pairs. So can't we go through the content brush data pairs? Data enum value. Brush data. Is included in edit mode. So content mode type pairs. So there's a bunch of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. grass content, cloth content, framed animation, tree simulation, animated rig, prefab. Oh, there's another one. Sound, prefab, normal, sprite window, grass, cloth, framed animation, tree simulation, animated rig, sound, prefab. And the trigger is this, collider is this, river is this. And this has to be brush instance data. Both of them. So what I might do then is actually get rid of so this can go away. And that's what I've just written. What do I want to get rid of? This content here. So we do need sprite sheet tile content, I think, because that has stuff in it. But this, we can get rid of this. Sound content, get rid of this. Trigger content, get rid of this. Get rid of e-content brush type. Okay, so we've broken a lot of stuff there. So the type here, this is data type. This is content brush data pairs. So maybe not those, hang on. Sprite sheet tile content. So maybe just content brush itself. That needs to go below where we're defining the pairs. That. Content brush data. E-game content edit mode. Is in game board editor. BM content brush. So this maybe we don't actually need the tile content. We do need tile size by the looks of it. We need tile size 4. To get the bounds. So that has to be content brush data, which has to be one of these. Normal sprite content data has nothing in it actually. Maybe we could put the tile size and stuff in there. So we just need tile size. That's all we need. And that means this can go away. Have a binary serializer for that. So what that means is this actually goes away as well. No, this is not just showing me in the proper order. Alright, so that means that this content we can just say is cloth. You really probably rename it get data, you know. Get data. And is data. I might do that actually after because I have two get datas. Keep it content for now. So this is cloth. No, that's straight up just cloth. Same here. I know. Use of undefined type, BM content brush. Okay. Content brush removed down. That means this unfortunately needs to move as well. that actually needs to move below content brush. Same with this. This I'm gonna call. This is just content. And here as well. Oh, this one's not sprite sheet tile content. It's framed animation content data. That's just framed animation. E-game content edit mode is in game board editor. Right. So I'm wondering if this could actually go in the editor. Probably could. Okay, so this is brushed get content. Is content brush. So this is actually now the type of data. Bambiak, how's it going? I'm having an okay day, yeah. I've been a little bit poorly. Some kind of flu-y thing. So I took yesterday off. I'm feeling a bit better today. But yeah, I'm doing alright now. Hope you're alright. Okay, so this is actually not... This is actually the data. Content brush instance, get data. So this is content brush data actually. So this is river content data. Oh yeah, brilliant. Polishing. Group project. Where the battleship game. Oh yeah, nice one. Hope it went alright for you. So this is Collider content data. Trigger content data. Sprite sheet tile content's not a thing anymore. It's one game that can play 4 different games. Ah, right, okay. Yeah, cool. This is tile sheet renderer now. So this is actually a content brush instance renderer for a particular type of data. Those types of things now. Fixed all the bugs I could find. Ah, good. Yeah, okay, cool. Nice one, well done. Content brush, get content, framed animation. Framed animation content data it is. Okay, framed animation content data has the animation. This is actually animation data. The associated constraints are not satisfied. Okay, yeah, so this is actually so this is so we need to actually put this over here so I can keep track. This is normal, but we need another one for sprite window. That is like this. So this is data. If not data, return. We have data, we can do all this stuff with it. All right. Sprite sheet cloth is actually cloth content data. Tree simulation content data. Grass content data. Framed animation content data. There we go. One for sprite sheet tile content goes away. This is animated rig content data. This is sound content data. Refab content data. Okay, cool. So this animation arrow is actually just a dot now. Okay, so this is the thing we need to actually change to get the right renderer. So we could, in theory, actually make this work on the enum like the rest of them. Rather than the actual data type itself, because the rest of them are going to work on, I don't know if you can see that, this enum here. So this could actually be data type. Like that. And this could be sprite window. Cloth. Tree simulation. Grass. Framed animation. River. Collider. Frigate. Animated rig. Sound. Refab. That's it. So this now, there's no such thing as this. This is the pairs. You actually only need to go through the enum, actually. We are testing whether it is the actual content. Nexo 64, how's it going? Hope you're alright. Just doing a little bit of refactoring at the moment. the goal is I've got all these class definitions. So I've got this, and just get them all into one class. Thanks for the follow. Yeah, the goal is to get them all into one class rather than many classes, just because I want to try and make it every time I put a new type of content into the editor. This is the editor code that I'm working on. You just have to fill out basically one class, and then it would work. That's the idea. So you have basically like let's have a look. You've got all these different types of things. So this is types of content you can have in the editor. So if I put in something else, like, I don't know, mist, you'd just make a mist class and you'd implement all of the things that the editor needed, and then it would just, in theory, work with the rest of the engine. So this is the pairs actually now. I can find out where they are. Content brush data pairs. So we're going through the actual pairs of things. So this is the pair. Yeah, if you've got any questions, Nexo, no problem, just ask away. Anything really. So using data type is the pair type, and then const expert auto data
Ads running soon.
type enum is the pair enum value. Right, while these ads are running, I'm gonna go make a coffee. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Okay. All right. So we're asking if we're getting the rendering out. The render is based on the enum. Now. But the content, say if it is this type of content, renderer needs content brush. We get the brush. Data is one type from. Content data type, so we don't need to do this anymore. If it needs a brush, if it is complete and it needs a brush, we get the brush and then we send it in. Otherwise, we just call it. It doesn't like it though. Renderer needs content brush. It's just whether it's got this constructor, I think. See, this needs a brush. Some of them don't need a brush though. I don't even have a brush because they're just like, there's no artwork associated with it. It's just like vector geometry really, like squares and stuff, squares and lines. So what's the problem then? Cannot convert from game board content to Vec2, it says there. Did it compile without this line? Yes. Okay. So renderer needs content brush. Need to this problem one needs to be here really. There we go. Want to know which one it is actually trying. There we go. Normal. But normal, like, so e-content brush instance, e-content brush instance data type normal should fall into here. This one. With a brush. Look, canvas root content. Offset. Okay. So these don't have root contents in them. Which we need. We will put in. See if that builds now. Yeah. Awesome. Right then. That's just this file. There'll be a load more compile errors probably. Right then. So we're swapping over, it looks, to game path types. .cpp. Oh, so it's here. Paintable content types. Okay. These don't exist anymore, so it's this, 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 this. The thing is, we already kind of do this. We do it here, look. So paintable content types. Is paintable content type, we need to say is included in edit mode. Paint, I think. Is included in edit mode. E edit mode paint T, I think. And this is a content mode type. Is content brush data. Is included in edit mode. So this is actually this. So it's confusing, we've got two. I might actually remove this. And just say it's content brush data. Content mode types. Because content mode types is exactly the same as content brush data types. I might remove this. And then we'll say this is one of them. Is paintable content data. Saying we've got all these things like, do we actually even need to do this? We could just say is included in edit mode and we could just specify paint. I want to get rid of this. rid of that. In chat there. So, Content Painter. We've changed a lot of stuff now that we can do to get this working. Content Editor, Content Painter. What I'm going to do is just check in, even though it's nowhere near compiling. These both have to be like this. Content Painter. So we have this thing called Sprite Sheet Content Painter. These are just content painters now. Okay, so we're going to go Content Painter. Whatever it is. It doesn't tell you like the root. It doesn't in the drop down list, unfortunately. This is like the root version. Alright. So these cannot. I also want these to be called content painters, these content editors. But we'll get there. We'll get there. So the sprite sheet. So this is line 2, 3, 5, 4. So this all the sprite sheet content painters. Need to be below that. Actually, it's not going to work. 2, 3, 5, 4. Put a breakpoint there just so I can remember where it is. So there's all these concepts for them as well. Well, there's only this. Sprite Sheet Painter has Afterpaint instance. But Paint has it as well. So I'm going to get rid of that. I'm going to get rid of that. And then these are going to go below that breakpoint. If you paste it, it expands them all out again. It's just not really what I wanted to do. Okay, so these are all just content painters. Oh, it's expanding them all out. So this is just content. It's going to type. Is it going to type? It's completely broken. Okay, so this. This one goes away. these all become called Content Painter. Okay. And now this is eContent brush data type normal. eContent brush data type normal again. eContent brush data type grass. eContent brush data type grass. eContent brush data type cloth. I think it was cloth. Yeah. Another cloth. Framed animation. Another framed animation. Tree simulation for that one. And that one. And this is animated rig. This is sound. Prefab. That's it. The editors are already swapped over. The painters aren't. Concepts for them. All right, cool. So I think that's all of the syntax changes for the painters and the editors. I just need to get all this to work now. So this is eContent brush type trigger. Content painter brush type. Okay, so this, what's this in? This is in previewing. Normal content data. Oh no, this is sprite window. Well, this is brushing normal, actually. This is sprite window content data, I believe. Round to sprite location. I think this is so where is round to sprite location? It's just here. So this is grass content data. Brush grass. Grass? Is that a thing? Grasses. What's going on here? But the brush itself has an array of grasses in. So this needs to be like this is an array rather than a single grass. So really this has to happen for every single grass that's in brush grass. Brush grass should probably be called grass brush. as well. So this needs to be for auto grass in grass brush grasses. Like that, I think it has to be. My Fu Manchu, how's it going? Sorry, I missed that message. Hope you're alright. Alright, we'll leave that at that for now. So the grass brush can have many grasses in. We want to paint every single one in. Basically. P. Where does P come from? Yeah. Okay. So this is normal. Yeah. Kids get out of school too early. Did they break up a bit earlier then on Friday for you? So it's the same here. So grass brush is this. This is for each grass. Oh, at 12:15. 12:15. That's super early, isn't it? Is that a Scottish thing? 3:30 here. Just Edinburgh. Blooming heck. That is early. What are you meant to do? Go to work or whatever. If you like work somewhere else. Grass content data. They break up like, so at the end, maybe is it the last day of school? Like here sometimes if it's the last day before half term, yeah, they might. Okay. So we do need tile size and grass content data. Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? That never used to happen when I was a kid. But it happens, yeah, it happens here in England as well now. Half days. Blade width world. So the grass has grasses, which has bounds. Grass cell doesn't actually have the blade bounds in it. That's the bounds for the entire grass. Yeah, it's crazy, man. So what we're going to do is we're just going to have rect blade bounds after bounds. To make sure we fill that in. Well, can we do that now? So that's when we generate the brushes. I'll just say we'll do it later. So now this is current grass. Blade bounds dot width. So probably a lot of calls to normal. Alright, here we go. Whoops. Up. Normal. Get content. Cloth content data. Sometimes it doesn't copy, which is very annoying. So this is animation. data, content data, and then animation. Well, this is just animation data, animation. Animation is not a member. Oh, it's framed animation. That's why. Framed animation content data. Animation. Animation data. Animation. Okay, so this is brush, get content tree simulation, content data. So that's tree data. Tree is tree data. Tree, maybe. Tree simulation. And these are just dots now. Okay. Right then, is stamp only content? Is stamp only? Cloth animation, tree simulation. Okay, so that's just for sprite sheet. So if the brush is stamp only, we just need a different list, I think. So that can go away. Let's just check that's the actual first error first. Yeah. So if something is stamp only, it just needs to be in a list. Basically. So we're just going to go using stamp only content types. We're going to say, what was it? Cloth. Framed animation. Tree simulation. Animated rig. Prefab. Sound, probably it is at the moment. I do want to be able to paint sounds onto the level. So if it's not stamp only, it means it can be brushed. So it can be painted on. That's basically it for now. So we want template is content brush data. Const expert tool is stamp only content data equals type in tuple brush data stamp only content types. Right, so we don't know what type is in here. We don't know what this type is, wherever it is, the content is. So we have brush. Content is one type from is that a templated thing? Tuple. So we can just say stamp only content types. Basically. And all that goes away, which is awesome. All right. So what we're in now. Tick left panel paint mode. Yeah, this is a difficult one. So this whole thing needs to kind of get neatened up. This is a So we're saying if the content sprite type is normal. So I think we can just ask if the content brush is grass, is a normal, if it's grass. So it'd be like content brush is content normal content data. You don't need to get the content. If it's grass, it's content grass content data. All right. Actually, I need to do something with the grass there. So, auto grass content get content, grass content data. So there might be multiple grasses. So we're going to go for auto grass content grasses. UI scope ID, well, UI scope region, canvas, grass something or other. Get ID. What's the ID actually come from? Density segment count. It's not the best start for an ID, really. Like, we need to know. Need the proper ID. The ID probably should be the actual path. Yeah, we'll just leave it at that. We won't have get ID. Density segment count. Maybe we do name it as well. Oh, come on. Go away. Why does it do this? Maybe we name the grass. I think that would be nicer. So this is going to be grass ID grass.name. Then we can actually put the grass name here. So this is in the editor. We don't actually want to rename it in the editor. So we'll just say canvas draw label name. Get collision. That's not actually. Get collision. Get content. You can say get collision's not templated. Draw label. Oh look, draw label's not like that. Helpers format. TW string name. So, what we're in now. If the content brush type is tile, okay, so this is if we're in the brush mode. So we're going to say if not content brush. Maybe we can have an is stamp only. We don't have yet. Bool is stamp only. Return content is on type from stamp only content. And then this can go away actually. If it's stamp only, set the permit. If it's not stamp only, that's just else then. Right then, so what we're in now. Content brush. If content brush is content type. Content type comes from content brush data pairs. Of course, enum value. If it's paint, else. If content brush is content type, or content brush type is not equal to the enum value, so T has gone away, so that is brush data enum value return. This is the paint mode enum value. The brush data enum value. It's the paint mode enum value. So these, I want these to get merged eventually. So we'll work towards that. The editor and the painter can be the same thing. There's not two different code paths. Right. Content brush pairs. So here again we have two different code paths, which could just be the same. It's exactly the same, apart from one's an editor and one's a painter. Okay, so this is content brush data pairs, I think. Yeah.
Ads running soon.
Alright, while these ads are running, I'm just going to go and grab another cup of tea or something. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. Okay. Another massive cup of coffee. Decaf, actually. So this is the paint mode enum value. This is the data type enum value. Enum value. And we're going to say that T is actually called pair. Here. Nice one. So, what's going on here? Paint content. This content brush data pairs. If we already have a result, we just early out. So data type enum value is T. Enum value. T here is going to be pair again. Brush type is not equal to data type enum value. If it is content type. This enum value is actually the paint mode enum value. I need to put in a shortcut for unselecting the last item. Where is this? Select next occurrence. Okay, it must be in here then. Select next. So it's going to do Control Alt down arrow. Select next exact occurrence. Undo occurrence. Maybe it's this. Maybe it's that. So that's Control Alt up arrow. If I do this, yeah, there we go. Okay, so this is paint mode enum value. Apart from this is enum value. Cool. I think that's it. Content brush pairs. So edit content. This is a similar thing. This is content brush data pairs now. This T is pair. This enum value is paint mode enum value. And do const expert auto data type enum value equals pair enum value. You know what? These content types are actually data type enum values now. I'm wondering if here as well you can say is included in edit mode. Oh no, this has to be one of these. Yeah, we can't do that. Here, not many errors left. It's good. So T again is pair. This enum value here is paint mode enum value. And wherever we see content type, it's data type enum value. Data type enum value. So this breaks actually the data layout of the levels. Oh. So what's the problem here? Is included in edit mode. Use of undefined type in tuple. Content type. Is content brush data. That error just doesn't help me really. Use of undefined massive type. So content type is just one of these pairs. Normal sprite content data. Game content edit mode. This is a game content edit mode. So if we just delete this, does it compile? No. is included in edit mode. Type in tuple. Oh, that's wrong then. So that's basically like standard is same. I think. Seems like that. There we go. Okay. So what file are we moving on to now? Content brush type selector. Right. So this is a context menu in the content browser. Yeah. So this needs to change. So draw context menu. Data type. Like this. So we need a context menu for each data type. Or none at all. So this is normal. But we also want one for a bunch of ones now that aren't here. This is prefab. So we've only got normal and prefab, but we actually want it for everything. We can make one that works for everything in a list. If we wanted to. Or we could just do different context menus for the different types of things. The pairs are defined here. So we want a context menu for each one of these. But actually, those could all just be the same context menu. Now let's just we don't really need this anymore. Let's make one for we'll just have operator. Well, let's do this. So we want sprite window. Grass. Cloth. Framed animation. Tree simulation. Whoops. Animated rig. Sound. Prefab. Trigger, Collider, and River don't actually have them. Okay, cool. So for each brush type, we're going through now. What is T used for? Is it used for anything? Oh, look. Ah, right, okay. So this is the type of, because this is in the content browser. So this is all the things that can have thumbnails. So actually sprite window can't have thumbnails. So I think we go through all of these really. So we'll go through all of these. Let me just say if the brush type is that type. And then when we actually want to do the context menu, this is pair. Enum value. So this is brush type enum value. And then that's it. T. So we do need a T. Edit a context menu, draw context menu, brush type enum value. So what's the problem here then? Now free for today. You speaking some German? Not free yet. Not free for the weekend until 3 o'clock today. Another 3 hours. If that's what you mean. Oh, you are free for the day. Very good. Did it go alright, the presentation? I am, oh yeah. Yes, I get it, yeah. Very good. So are you German? Or do you speak German? I studied a bit of German a few years ago now, though. I love Germany. I'd live there. If I didn't have family in England, I'd probably move there. It's your third language, okay, yeah, okay. Van Bjerg sounds Scandinavian to me, but I'm not sure. Far from fluid. Nah, me too. I can go there and order food and beer and stuff, but no way. Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? It's crazy. It makes English seem simple. Yeah, yeah. Speaking of context, figure out what this compile error is now. Content brush data pairs. Draw, what was it saying? Draw context menu type. Draw context menu. Oh no, it is draw context menu. Say context menu. Ah, it's because it's an operator now. No default constructor available. No default constructor available. Not appropriate default constructor. That's not correct, is it? Ah. There we go. Okay. So what's this doing? She's generate sprite brush, framed animation. Okay. This all needs kind of changing, so I'm going to check this in where I've got to so far. So for framed animation, we've got like eSprite type framed animation. Generate sprite brush. So we do have different types of sprite animation. That comes from game level though. I wonder if this should be a little bit different. It needs to be content brush instance type. Really?
Ads running soon.
Sprite sheet data pairs. So I think actually these need to be like that. And then this is data type. But it does compare on the sprite sheet sprite type. Alright. No. We'll go back then. So this type is equal to eContent brush instance data type framed animation. And the content is framed animation content now. Framed animation content data. Okay. So we're not actually storing tile size in framed animation content data. We could. Could. If we ever needed it, we might need it. Thing about tile sizes, it might change if the brush changes. We won't. What we'll do is we'll do this. So what we want to do is we want to get the framed animation. if not framed animation, continue. And then that just gets stored in there. Right, that's it then. So tree, content version is like tree simulation, and see we're storing tile size in all of them. Perhaps it goes in content brush. What are bounds? Are the local bounds of the tile, which is the tile size. That makes it easier. So we don't actually store the tile size, but we do have the brush bounds. So got tile. Where does tree simulation come from? Here. So we just basically stick tree simulation in there. And that goes away. That means as well, where we've put this to do, wherever it was, got a breakpoint there. Oh, we've deleted it. Oh, it's gone away. Well, it's not there. Maybe we deleted it. It was to do with grass. Blade bounds. I was saying in particularly in grass because the brush can hold multiple different types of grass. Okay, yeah, that's fine. So where are we now? Just, I think this is normal. No, this is for each. So what we're saying here is if we don't handle it with a specialized one, do it. So this has to go through all of the types. and see if the sprite sheet type storage is that type. That's basically here. Handled. Do this. Can say if handled continue, and this becomes the default case. So we actually have now. So this is the this enum value here is the sprite type. This is pair. Whoops. This is now the sprite type. Oh no, no. Ooh. We need to go from sprite type to content brush instance data type. Actually.
Such thing as time. Now we can go anywhere you wanna go. Ooh, there's no place we can go. Ooh, my home is when I'm alone with you.
Or we just don't use sprite. Well, we have to use sprite type really. It's not normal, it's whatever the sprite type converts into. So we can actually do this. And then this goes here. And what we actually want to do is do this. We want to go through the actual these ones and check. So doing type storage. Type storage for each type. I'm going to do a different for here. So sprite sheet. Sprite sheet pairs. Okay. I wonder if this general case one is maybe like we could just make one for every single sprite type of these. That might be easier. It's not so general anymore. Doesn't really make sense to generalize it. Generate sprite brush normal. So it's making a brush for every single type, every single tile. Where's the normal one that I just made? There it is. Which is fine. It's fine to do that. Thing is, it would more or less be the same code for every single one. The only thing that's different is this and we need to put in specific the specific content itself, content data. All right, well let's just do it. That's for normal. And this becomes instance normal. Content would be one of these. Okay. So if this was normal, we'd get it out. We'd go auto normal content equals sprite sheet storage type storage try and wrap sprite sheet normal. If not normal content, return false. And then this is just sprite sheet normal sprite sheet content data. So it just has tile size in it. I wonder if the brush could actually... So this is just sprite sheet normal. There's actually nothing in it though. Normal is equal to normal content. So the bounds, tile local bounds is the world bounds. Tile size was actually in pixel space. I'm just wondering if we shouldn't store that. Can work it out, I suppose. That goes like away. That's what normal is. Oh, we we've got a problem here with blooming. Brackets. So that's just sprite sheet. Brush format. So we need those. Brush format, data format, thumbs format, collision format. Probably make these global, you know. Got a framed animation 1. Tree 1. Don't have a... oh, the rig 1. Yeah, I think it does make sense to do this. Path ID. What's path ID then? It's the hash 64 of the path. Level. Sprite sheet. Alright, cool. So what we're going to do with the normal one now So actually gonna make another templated one where we pass in the data. So we're gonna go template is content brush data type bool generate. We're going to pass in those and sprite type here as well.
Ads running soon.
And this is just going to do this. And that's sprite. No, it's not sprite type, it's data type. And that becomes data type. And data. Like this. Again, messed up the brackets. So it's just return generate. Just that basically. This is data. Data. Lowercase data. All right, cool. So what that means now is you have basically a general case one. So we can make one for grass. Which is basically this. That's grass. And this is grass content data. Grasses equals to sprite sheet grass. Just grass. We're just passing the grass like that. This generate though comes from generate sprite brush of normal. Oops. Alright, cool. And then we want another one. So we've got another one for cloth. Which is cloth there. And cloth content data. Which has the cloth mesh. Which is just mesh. Cloth. And then we want another one. We've got framed animation. Free simulation. Got tree. Okay, so that's all of them. Oh, sound. Oh, we handle sound differently, actually. So that means handle should always be true. So we have one for every sprite type. We do. So we'll get rid of his complete. And we'll just do this. Illegal continue, return that is. So we'll just say if it equals, we'll do it. All right, cool. So this is animated rig. All right. Then this needs to be, so the content needs to be set. Animated rig content data. I think that's all we kind of need. Alright, we can take 2 minutes, go to the loo. Be back soon. Okay, so what's the next one? This is for sound, so this is sound, and the brush content sound content data. We don't specify anything like whether it's radial or anything in the brush. Okay, and the prefab is E prefab, and the data or the content is prefab content data. Right then, that's that one down. So this is cloth content data, content mesh. This is framed animation content data. And that's content animation. Tree simulation content data, content tree simulation. All right. So these need to return a value. So it always returns true, which means it doesn't have to return anything. So that is just returned true. That is returned true as well. And that one is returned true as well. Should be getting to the point where we can compile it now. Couple of errors. Handle asset refresh. This is if it's cloth. Resetting the mesh. So this is cloth content data. The cloth is just so that's just cloth. I think that's it. Bit confusing to look at actually, that one. Alright, cool. So there's a couple of problems. We've changed the layout of a bunch of stuff now. So all the brushes need to get regenerated. The levels, all these prefabs just won't work anymore. And the prefab instances won't work anymore. I think that's it though. So now it needs some pretty vigorous testing and debugging. So so let's do, what's it, content brush generator. Let's just try this out then. This is a skeleton file. So it's animated rig content data. Rig ID. Should that be 0? We've got BM new ID there, so that's giving it. Where are we then? Generate brush, thumbnail, animated rig. I just want to see what it does to the brush. Nothing, just write it to the file. Hey, okay. This is a WAV file. So brush becomes that. Oh, so we need to do the yeah, that's no problem, yeah. We need to do the grass just generate return void. The grass is a little bit different because we need to actually put in the blade width and height. Oh, we can do that here, look. Blade bounds. Blade bounds maybe then should be put in by the sprite sheet editor. So that'd be in the left panel. Where we want to go when we want to say it's a type grass. So grass blade bounds is equal to like the texture or the tile. Do we have the current tile? Oh. Yeah, it needs to be the yeah, so it needs to be need to work it out. Sprite sheet. So we need to do bounding rect. And then we need to do sprite sheet. Tiles. So it's with each. Sprite sheet tiles. We'll do bb.add arg.get, is it arg.bounds? Yeah. And then we're just going to go grass blade bounds equals bb get rect dot width height. That's just bb get rect, I believe. Unfortunately means that the grass sprite sheets levels sprite sheets, the grass sprite sheet, ooh, they're coming in as Photoshop files. That's not true. Always. The grass brushes needs to go away because that's not going to work anymore. Add an unsupport type to bounding box. What is bounds? The tile. Sprite sheet tiles. Recti. Doesn't like recti. Really? Probably because it has to do that. Okay. Blade bounds. Recti. Blade width world. I think it's actually divide there. Maybe it should be world space. That would be world bounds. Where was that error? Arc world bounds. Sprite sheet. On sprite sheet tile. Oh, it's snappable. So that's just value. All right. Okay. This is a light.sprite. This is a sprite sheet file. Ooh, we need that JMC turned on for this. This is a normal one. Means brush becomes normal sprite content data with a bit of lighting in it. But this has a lot of tiles in it. "21 tiles. Each tile has its own independent lighting." Alright, cool. Let's just see. Alright, so let's make some more grass. Grass. Oh, I really need that thing which shows PSD files.
Ads running soon.
See, it's grass. Save this. Okay, so framed animation didn't work. The grass did. Framed animation didn't work though. The lights worked. Framed animation's not playing. So we can actually fix that bug. Content browser 2. Tick. Draw content canvas. Brush get thumbnail. If it's a framed animation. Here we go. So the animation didn't get passed along. Okay.
Perchue dans son ébène demeure, ceux qui ne lèvent les yeux l'ignorent. Elle répand dans toute sa splendeur des larmes d'argent et des sourires en or. Serait-elle une fille des étoiles? Serait-elle une fille des étoiles? Serait-elle une fille des étoiles? Serait-elle une fille des étoiles?
So why didn't the framed animation get passed along? So the content brush it's not actually storing what the content is. Ooh, let's fix this. Occasionally it just doesn't refresh the page. Alright, cool. So it's not actually storing, it's storing up to the lighting. So the content brush is not storing the content properly. Ah, it's not even in date. Okay, so let's just rebuild. Okay, so I'll do this. Hopefully it means it will rebuild it. remake that brush if I delete the contents of the file. It did not do. Should have done though. Edit asset types, content brush generator. So if we do this, so it should have got the right time of it. It should have returned at least one old brush. Oh, it doesn't actually check if the... Yeah, no. It doesn't check if the brush file itself has been changed. It just checks if the associated assets have been changed. So yeah, that won't detect it. Yeah, it's alright. Alright, there we go. So I'm looking for it to have stored. Type framed animation. So it's not actually loading in the proper type. 378.
Trois petits points alignés à relier. Exercice enfantin avec une règle.
It hasn't saved it. It hasn't actually saved it.
Rassurez-vous proprement comme on vous l'a enseigné, sans trembler, sans baver, sans avoir oublié de bien tailler votre crayon. Non, trois petits points à relier. Ce n'est pas un problème à une seule solution. Seriez-vous plutôt du genre à vous laisser aller à main levée sans calculer, pour échapper aux conventions, dessiner un pas,
Yeah, let's just delete them.
façonner sa liberté, savourer le
What is this music? Okay, so what we want is framed animation. And we actually write the type, the brush to the text file. So the brush has in it actual animation with frame start, frame end, FPS and all that. So oh, I think we skipped past it there. It did not. Weirdly. Alright. skipped completely. Straight over it there. Or it's like made all of it already. And it's not letting me debug it. Confused. I am confused by that. Alright. Here. Framed animation. Content brush data pairs. Framed animation content data. Maybe that's what it is. Now content is content brush pair. Yeah, so framed animation content data. What's the enum value? Framed animation. Should be able to get to here. If we don't, so it's not actually doing this then. The brush type, yeah. Content brush framed animation. So brush type, content brush instance data type, the actual content is BM framed animation. I think it should be framed animation content data. Okay. That's probably it. Yeah, so this is not right. This is framed animation content data. The animation is equal to that. That is it. Yeah, we need to actually make sure that when we assign it, we are only allowed to assign it these values. We'll do that now. We'll try and do that now. Let's check this works first. Still all zeros. Content brush ID would be this. Tile ID. Maybe we could do that for all of them. Leave it for now. Okay, so the brush has in it framed animation content data with the right stuff in it. The brush path. Oops. That's not what I want. So it's not saving the framed animation content data, what's inside it. Oh, I've skipped past it. Framed animation. It's not I'm not saving the actual animation itself. Ah. We're not saving the animation. We do need to save the animation. Like this. Yeah, maybe what we actually want to do is not pass in the animation, but the brush ID. Yeah. So rather than this, it's the brush ID. No. Do want to save it. It is serialized sometimes. It's serialized if the brush ID is 0, I think. Do it. Yeah, so we're going to say Data.tree simulation brush ID equal to 0. Then we'll just do L. Tree simulation. Data.tree simulation. Else. We do that. Good for all of them. Right. Let's try that then. There we go. Oh yeah, just put it in there, that'll be great. Yeah, thank you. We're still coming out as 0 though, but we are saving it in the file. Okay, so why is it coming out as 0? So it's when the framed animation is loaded in from the file. Okay, there we go. That's loaded in properly. Oh, it is there. Weird. Anyway, it's playing. All right. Okay, so let's just open up the... Okay, so the context menu for the grass is not there. Or the cloth. It's open for the others. Not open for the grass. So let's try that. So look at that. That's content browser, context menu, grass. Oh, we didn't actually fill anything out. Okay, so that's just normal, I would believe. Animated rig, don't have one. Sound, don't have one. So now I just need to go through and carefully build a level, check it works. There we go. So let's just change the color of the light. Check that updates. Yes. So now let's build a level. So let's build a prefab. Stop prefab. Let's make a new layer. And let's draw some floor. Okay, so straight away the preview's not working. All right. So, game board editor. Preview. Normal. Preview stamp normal. We did have actually had a breakpoint there and it didn't get hit. Okay. Tick board panel. We're not stamping, so we need to actually say we are stamping. Stamp mode is stamping. Okay, we turn that JMC off. Put that JMC back on. Try that again.
Ads running soon.
Normal is included in edit mode. Paint, so normal. So where are we? Normal sprite content data is. Ah, look at this. So we need to say if result return. We need to set it once. Oh, thank you very much. There we go. Can we stamp it? Yes. Can we paint it? Looks like not. Sprite window content data. Ah, right, okay. So it's not sprite window content data, actually. It's just normal sprite content data. What we're actually doing is making sprite window content data. Okay. So we couldn't paint it though. Set data sprite window content data. Ah, so this actually becomes sprite window content data. So if it becomes, well, no. Does this ever happen? Let's see, actually, what I want to make sure is that this doesn't happen. No, that doesn't happen. It is totally working. Maybe it's the rendering that's wrong then. Actually, it looks like we are actually inserting it into the level correctly. So let's go to the renderer for it. So we're coming through here instead of the actual sprite window. Yes, that's incorrect. We need to be coming through sprite window. It's a normal sprite, so I'm actually making the instant, the brush. Okay, so the brush is normal sprite window content, but the renderer needs the window. So it's this. It's not the brush, it's this. Don't know if it is his content. His data. It's this has data. But it's not there. So that's actually this. And this is if not has data type. Return. That's what it needs to be. Let's try again. There we go. So let's just reload that, check it actually. Can reload. Alright, let's try grass. So we'll put this on a new layer. Grass layer. Can we stamp it? Yeah. Can we brush it? No. Grass brush preview. Normal sprite content data. So it's not normal sprite, it's grass content data. Okay. So for brushing a normal, what we want to do, we want to previewing normal. Doesn't look like it needs content for anything. So can we just get around by not doing that? Try that then. So let's pick some grass. Make a new layer. Grass. There we go. Save that. Tree. Okay, we're not seeing any leaves, so the preview for tree is wrong. It shouldn't come through here. Okay, so what's happening is, I think it's coming through here because we left brush on. If we flip back to grass, if we flip back to tree, it should flip the mode back from brush to stamp. Let's see if that's what's happening. That's it, and that's not working properly. Oh, it's just not rendering it. Brush, data path. DDSA, texture array, 2,000 odd textures. There's no leaves in the tree, so it's not loaded the tree up properly. Didn't even save the tree. Tree simulation. Tree simulation, the content. Okay, yeah, so this is where we need a compiler for this. Somehow. We need to make sure that if we pass something into content, it has to belong to one of these. This. Okay, it's definitely failed on one of them. So properties. Radial sound properties. Ah. Which type radial sound properties, which is in there, so that's some reason. You would think that would be the proper way to do it though. New props. What is new props? Set type, new props, property type is sound property type, so it has to be in there. Or maybe it needs to be decayed. That's the wrong decaying, the wrong one. This one. Right, good. But what we actually want to do is have this requires on the constructor as well. So we probably need this and this. I'm just looking to try and trigger a compile error. Attempting to reference a deleted function. Okay, so it needs a default constructor as well. There we go. Exactly where I want it to be. It's not a nice error. I wish I could actually have a nice error there. Do this. Yeah, maybe. It doesn't tell you where. Doesn't really tell you where the error is. We'll just stick with it. But what that means is we've caught the error. So this has to be the tree simulation, is that? For that to work. Which means in future now, when we use these pairs, we can actually only assign a type that is in the pair. We'll get a compile error. So this content is in type pair storage of these, which means you can only assign these to that content. And now it's a compiler. Make sure you can actually do that. So is it loading the tree simulation? Looks like it did. Okay. Still only rendering, not rendering any leaves though. Where would it be? Tree data. So the leaf states is empty. Weird. So let's just delete the brushes. And then when we actually go to write out, so it definitely has tree simulation there, and it has 2,420 leaves. Comes down here to write it out. There we go. Let's find it. Disk. All these leave states, of which there are many. Okay, so when it comes to read it back in then, it's obviously not reading it in properly. Well, it definitely took long enough. It took 2.5 seconds to read that in. That's pretty slow. Right. So when we come to preview it, which is here, there we go, it has them. Bit confused, really. Sometimes it has them, sometimes it doesn't. Okay, cool. Next one. Cloth. That just works. Which is nice. Next one, lights. That works. Oh, I can't select it. Oh no, it's because I've not got the window selected. Animated rigs. Do 2. I want to select one. Different skin. Make him go idle. Looped. We'll make him go sword. Idle, looped.
Ads running soon.
What else is there? There's the prefab that's coming in. Normal. What else? Framed animation. Put up there. And sound. Right, awesome. So now let's make a new prefab called prefab test.prefab. Let's make a new layer. And let's put this guy in there. Put 2 of them. Make independent. So interestingly, it didn't actually preserve the animation, the skins. It preserved the track, but not the skin. Okay, that's a bug. Oh, it's when it goes to be made independent. So when you go make independent, so it's got the right skin there. When you go make independent, it doesn't restore the skin. Okay. So let's add a trigger. There we go. And let's add a collider. Let's add a river. Seems to be all working well though. So we've got a little, it's not as performant as I would like. We'll have to just see what's going on there. Now it's 60. Not sure. It dropped down to 40. Like here it's 40. It's the drawing the outlines. It's not as performant. Okay, that's awesome. So when we break apart prefab, it doesn't preserve the skins, the animated mesh skins. What's going on there then? Skin test prefab. So let's just put in this and save it. So we have, it's very difficult to see. This guy definitely is holding a weapon. When I do make independent, it stops holding his weapon. Revert, he goes back to opening, holding his weapon. Right. So animated rig content data. Skin. If I do this, skin is weapon sword. Skin morning star. Weapon sword. Morning star. Maybe we're not actually applying the not setting the skin. Okay, so when do we do make independent? Let's say it's a new prefab. Saves the new brush. Remake brush instance IDs. So we clearly need, like, we are actually keeping the animation. What I want to know is remake candidate, remake ID, animated rig. It makes a new rig, and then we actually need to set the skin and stuff, maybe. So if we open up the new one, skin test prefab, called make independent. The instance, we do this, and we got animation tracks. So we need to actually set. So we get the new rig, and we actually have to set. If new rig, set skin, instance, was it data, skin. If data skin, set it. If data tracks, I'll just for each track, I think. It's not really a bug, we just didn't implement it. Data tracks, new rig, set animation track, track dot index, track dot name, track dot loop. Okay, let's see if that works. There we go. That's good. That's it then. So now we're finally at a point where perhaps we can do what I wanted to, which is merge these classes together. So we've done all of these now. Whoops. have a 2-minute break. And then we'll do that. Be back in 2 minutes. All right. So we need the paint mode in here. If in these, so that's gone now. To merge these successfully. So let's do draw focused content. Game board edit first. Draw focused content. This is E. Paint mode. Basically just want this for all of them. All right, there's millions of errors. So we need to go through the paint mode as well. To be actually, let's just go back a second. No, these are different ones. Instance date, contemporary instance data type. So if I bring this back here, this looks like this now. So it's actually it is the paint mode we want. That was right. So we need to go through each paint mode. So for each type, enum tuple types. What is it? Enum types. Enum type. Enum tuple type for E paint mode types. Using, so what is it? Context auto paint mode type, enum type, enum value equals standard KT. Just value. And this is that. Which one is it that we enum value type? I can't remember which one it is. Oops. Enum tuple. Just enum tuple. Okay, so that has done draw focus content. Whoops. So that now has got the same one. Delete focus content. Go back. Okay, so we call this XX. Mode value. Just thinking, do I really want to do this like this? Or we could just leave it. I do definitely want to combine these. And all these three actually. So we could have two separate classes. Let's just go back. So basically we've got this thing called content editor. The different types of content painters. Then we have content editors, and they want to be painters really. Push, undo, redo steps. So the difference is, okay, so let's try this. They become content painters. So that goes away. Whoops. Has after preview. That goes away. This is painter. Away. And these are content painters. So they're all just painters. But this has different, this doesn't take a brush. So we're going to do painter requires brush. Starts with a content brush like that. The painter requires brush has one of those at the beginning. And we need preview. That's brush, game board editor, this. And the operator, which returns this. Preview returns void. That's painter requires brush. Some require brushes and some don't. Alright, see what compiler as this generates then. Okay, so there's no such thing as an editor. So that goes away, and that goes away. Edit content.
Ads running soon.
What's the difference between this and paint content? So I'm just going to get rid of edit content. Well, what I'm going to do actually is if zero everything. Got two of them. So there's no brush here. So where does the brush come from? Yeah. Get rid of this and this. Painter requires brush. If it's paint, so we can say if painter requires brush. Did write that? We're at that somewhere. Painter requires brush. But we need to get the painter out earlier than the brush. So I don't think we're worrying about if it's paint anymore either. We're doing the actual. Now doing that. That's good. So they're about the same. So let's delete this else. We don't have to worry about it being paint now. So we're going to say if const expert painter requires brush, painter else Again, here. So what's paint content return? Opt ref content brush instance. Without the brush. So we need to know the actual content brush again. Optref content brush. Content brush. And then we'll just set the actual content brush there. All right. So what's the problem? Painter is not valid for 10. We want paint mode. Minis needs to be like this. So we're just going to say const expert auto painter requires its brush. So what's this one? Paint content. What if we just edit there? Tick board panel content paint mode. Oh, we need paint content. Function does not take 3 arguments. Ah, okay, so this would be edit content. So, edit content. Is also called paint content. And it does need this stuff. Okay. So it goes through to paint content with and without the brush. Five minutes. I don't know if I want to finish this. So maybe we do this one by default. We don't actually need to save. Ooh. I don't know if I should do it. I could possibly have these could be the same function. Let's see if this even works first. So if we do like, that seems to work okay. Let me pick something that is paintable. Let me pick something that is drawable. That seems to be okay. Not that though. It did work for... Oh, the preview's maybe not working. No, it's not working. Right, well, I'll have to get on with that another time because I've got to head off. Not bad though, we're nearly there. I think we can combine these paint contents. That can be one function rather than two. Let me just pass this in, and then if it requires the brush, we get the brush out there inside this function. But that's going to have to be another time. Anyway, yeah, thanks for watching. Hopefully back on Monday. 9 in the morning. But yeah, great. See you later.